Good evening, fuckers. We are back, and today is the day that Armstrong Powerhouse have released their Class 222 enhancement pack, but I haven't got it yet. I won't be getting that until Monday, so for now you're stuck with my original idea. This is the fourth and final of the freight runs that I had written down on my list here. And it is by far the most ambitious. It is also by quite a healthy margin the longest freight run I've ever done. I don't just mean in these videos, I mean in the game overall. So we are going to be starting at Felixstowe in the North Yard, and our final destination is Fratton, which is just outside Portsmouth. It's a journey of somewhere between 170 and 180 miles, so yeah, it's a long old one, and it is spread across 3 route DLCs. There's a reason as to why I've chosen to do this, but I'll go into that during the actual run itself. So the first part, we're on the Great Eastern Main Line, London to Ipswich. And yeah, as I say, we're starting at Felixstowe. Now, the destination is Stratford Carpenter's Curve. However, I don't really know where that is. So if it is before Stratford, not a problem, we'll stop there. If it's after Stratford, obviously I mean Stratford Station, then we will stop at Stratford Station. And then there I will switch to the next DLC, and you know, through the magic of editing and what have you, we'll go straight on from there. But if it is before Stratford Station, or if it's, you know, we're diverted to a different part of the line so we can't even get to Stratford Station, then yeah, number 2 driver will take care of that, and we will resume at Stratford Station itself for yeah, the next leg of the journey. So our train is a Class 66. It's Class 66, like I was saying in the previous video when I was using one of these. It's a bit of a cliche choice. Every, or just about every, freight run is done using Class 66, but there's a good reason for it. They are great freight trains. That is not actually the reason why I've chosen it, but there we go. So this is transporting loaded TEA wagons, which are chemical, fuel, yeah, that sort of stuff. For the sake of this particular scenario that I've come up with, it is, yeah, they are all full of diesel fuel. Now there's only 8 of them because they weigh a huge amount. This entire train, which, yeah, it's 1 loco, 8 wagons, but it weighs over 1,200 tons. So yeah, this is going to shift. It's going to take some stopping, but because of what the wagons are, rather like the last Class 66 video, I think I can get a reasonable amount of speed. I think the top permitted speed would actually, because of this immense weight, I think would only be about 45. I'm going to go faster than that. I'll go somewhere between 50 and 60. Okay, well, that is the setup. Let's hope this one doesn't end the same way that the last Class 66 video did. I will be properly pissed off if it does. Just to finish off with the specifics, it is summer, it is cloudy, it is 10:30 AM, but I get the feeling the weather is going to be changeable, and apparently when we hit London, it may start raining. May. Okay, that's the setup. Let's get this up and running. And here we are. Looks like Clag Factory is already at 10, which is nice. We'll turn the motor factor right the way up. Right, let's get the train set up. Okay, lights don't take a great deal to sort out. Instrument lights on, yeah, that's the lights done. We're already in goods timings, so we don't need to worry about that. So yeah, we're already good to go. So here is our Class 66 in, it's not a completely unique livery. I think there are two Class 66s with this particular livery, but yeah, it's another retro livery. It's the old BR blue with the full yellow warning panels at the front cabs, and I think it looks great. And here are our full TEA wagons. Like I say, only 8 of them, but there is a hell of a lot of weight in these things. Right, we are all set. In fact, let's just take another look around at the surroundings. We are in Felixstowe. Say, this is the North Yard, and okay, yeah, it does look great, and yes, it does look slightly, you know, better than the Tees dock that we've seen in previous other videos. But when you consider that Tees dock is a freeware route, or part of a freeware route, it is still more than good enough. Now, because we are in a freight yard, we are going to be starting off at quite slow speeds, 10 mph limit within the yard, but it doesn't take us very long to leave it, because you can see the 25 mph limit yeah, is really not that far away. Okay, brakes are off. Would help if I'd put the reverser on, wouldn't it? That'd be a great move. Now, let's try, of all the things for me to forget, that's an absolutely cringing one. So this, like the last 66 that I drove, is one of the yeah, one of the, you know, the green engines, you know, the reduced emissions engines. Because obviously, yeah, that's what matters. Never mind, you know, how well it runs or anything like that. No, none of that's important. What's important is that, yeah, the fumes, which are, yeah, nowhere near as bad as a single HGV lorry, yeah, we've got to reduce them. Now, because the weather conditions are so much better than they were the last time I did the freight run from Tees dock, I don't think I'm going to have anything like as many issues as I did with that one. Plus, the freight wagons that I'm pulling are, yeah, they again have the fixed bogies. There's no articulation in them, so that's one of the reasons why I am fairly sure I will be able to get, you know, speed up. We're on a 1 in 100 climb here, so this is not going to help. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I think I will be able to get the speed up, and braking, you know, it's not going to be straightforward, but it will be better, you know, it won't be as hazardous. Let's take us up to notch 8. Let's see, max clag from a low emissions engine is just doesn't have the same sort of visual appeal. So there is a bit of a story behind why I'm doing this route. It's not an actual request from Jim Plays, although it was going to be, but I think he then forgot all about it. But he was telling us, it was about 2-3 weeks ago, he was at West Brompton station, so he must have been on his way back from a Chelsea game, because he's that much of a sadist. And a Class 66 went through it with, carrying chemical tanks, or shifting chemical tanks. And he said something along the lines of he hadn't seen very many 66s on, going through West Brompton. I mean, there are plenty that do, but there are plenty of 66s that go along the London, Tilbury and Southend line here, and I've only ever seen one. So yeah, it certainly happens. This was the first time he caught sight of one. He did take some photos, but unfortunately he was a bit too slow to get any photos of the loco itself. He only got photos of the freight wagons. Now, I went on what is a fairly safe assumption that it was a GBRF liveried 66. When he saw the photo that I showed him of the livery, he said that he thought it was more yellow than the sort of orangey colour that was in that screenshot. Now, I am like 95% certain I know what the livery was then. It's certainly not this one I'm using here, but I sort of took it on board, and it was around this time he started asking for a few more details, and he then said, I think you know where this is going, and yeah, I did, because I was sort of thinking very much along the same wavelengths. As we go through Trimley station, it is still open on this side, but as you can clearly see, not on the side that we are on. So what we needed to do then, and it was a bit of a sort of like, joint effort here. We needed to come up with a route and a reason as to why a 66 hauling chemical storage wagons would be going through West Brompton. I forget exactly how we came up to the idea, but eventually I had the idea, well, hang on, right, I can get to West Brompton from Felixstowe. I put it to him. He said it sounded like a good idea. Neither of us had actually taken into account just how long said journey was going to be. But I also then thought, where would it be going after that? I mean, obviously going through West Brompton is on its way to Clapham Junction, which gave me, several options as to where it was going. And in the end, I elected for Portsmouth. And that's when I came up with the idea, okay, it's transporting diesel fuel for the diesel trains at Fratton train depot. Now, we won't be going into Fratton train depot itself. We'll be stopping at Fratton station, and yeah, number 2 driver will then take care of getting us into Fratton depot itself. But yeah, even though you would think, well, if Fratton depot needed diesel fuel, which it certainly would do, because it's got It's got 66, 37, 159s, 158s. I think it might even have some 170s and class 70s as well, actually. All stored there, so they certainly will need diesel fuel. But you would think, well, surely they would get it from, Southampton, possibly even from Portsmouth itself. Well, yeah, they would if it was available, but if there isn't any available at any of those ports, or it's all been spoken for, then too bad, you've got to look further afield. So we're saying, okay, they are looking at Felixstowe, where there is some, and it's got to be transported in, and that's where we come in. So the full route then is, Felixstowe to Stratford, where we will stop to check the consist. Then from Stratford to Clapham Junction, where we will again check the consist. And then finally from Clapham Junction to Fratton Station. Now, when it comes to the stretch going from Stratford to Clapham Junction, the shortest way is to go south, but they really don't like having freight trains doing that, because the South London network is extremely busy, and freight trains coming along really disrupt it. So they nearly always send them the long way round, and that's the route we are going to be doing. So we will be going along the North London route, then down onto the West London route for West London lines. You will join that at Waterloo Junction, and then we keep heading south. End up going over the Thames, and then stopping at Clapham Junction, or Battersea as it really should be known, and from there that's where we then start to make our way to Fratton. And it was only last night that I actually bothered to check just how long this journey was going to be. And that was when I discovered that, it's going to be somewhere in the region of 170 and 180 miles, which will make it the longest freight run I've ever done. Up until now, the longest freight run has been, this was a GEM request, when I did Birmingham New Street to Euston in the Class 58, which was an unmitigated disaster, and I derailed twice. And on both occasions, it was in the worst possible place. Now, the first time at Rugby Station, so not only were we massively disrupting the London to Birmingham route, but we were also disrupting one of the entrances and exits to the Trent Valley section of the West Coast Main Line, so we could not have derailed at a worse place. And then the second time, it was as we were pulling into Euston Station, so derailed there and put at least 2 platforms of the third busiest station in the country out of action. Actually, I don't think it's third busiest. It's the third busiest London terminus. Liverpool Street is the busiest, which surprises me a bit, and then Waterloo, and Euston is next. That might actually change once HS2 is done, because of course Euston is going to be the terminus for that. So we're on a 1 in 133 uphill climb here. As I'm sure you've already figured out, this is not the Great Eastern Main Line yet. We haven't joined that. We will be joining it at Ipswich. I've actually never seen this part of this route before. This is the first time I've started any runs from Felixstowe. I'm not even 100% sure if Felixstowe comes with the line originally, or if it was another addition after I added the Mayflower line. Maybe someone out there can tell us. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, you know, getting Felixstowe after adding the Mayflower line, but I mean, you know, stranger things have happened. And speaking of which, yeah, today is the day that we have the new enhancement pack from Armstrong Powerhouse. It feels like it's been quite a while since we last got a new enhancement pack from them. So we have the Class 222. Now, like I say, to me, the Class 222 doesn't need an enhancement pack. The version from Dovetail Games is already good enough. In fact, it's fucking great. Nevertheless, that is what's coming. Well, it's here. But yeah, I do think there are other locos in the game that are far more, you know, they need the enhancement pack far more than the 222 does. So we're now entering the 50 zone. We are going down the hill. We're going to start speeding. Jeez, oh. I don't know why it came up speeding there. Our speed did actually start to drop, and we are still in a 50 zone. Oh well. So, yeah, I will get the Class 222 enhancement pack on Monday. It is compatible with both the Just Trains version and the Steam bought version, so it doesn't matter where you got the 222 from, it's compatible with either. You do have to have the Class 222 loco. That is, it's, well, unless you're going for the scenarios, then yeah, the only requirement is the 222 itself. That's a necessity, you know. The scenario requirements are all optional. So this is Derby Road. It's actually got a platform building, you know, an actual station building. You know by now how much I like seeing those. So yeah, that is good to see. Alright, let's get a bit more speed up. We could be doing 50 here, so let's try and do 50. bit of a sharp uphill coming up. We've also got a speed reduction down to 35 coming up. Let's use this 1 in 87 uphill climb. That's quite a hefty one. Yeah, we'll let this slow us down to begin with. So we've done over 10 miles. We haven't even joined the East Coast Main Line yet. I keep saying it, the Great Eastern Main Line. Right, so we are now fine for the 35 limit. We are still on a 1 in 92 uphill climb, but we'll let it continue to slow us down because, yeah, we have a downhill section as we reach that 35 limit there. But anyway, yeah, going back to the Armstrong Powerhouse 222, the release of that means there are now 18 either enhancement packs or standalone locos that I still need to get from Armstrong Powerhouse. I will get them all. I mean, that even includes, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but yeah, it does include the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 142. But the thing is, I want to be able to do the scenarios, so I'll need to get them all, and then I'll need to get, you know, things like the coaches. Not all of the wagons, but certainly some. I'll probably end up getting, you know, the rail enhancement pack, the signal enhancement pack. You can see another, it looked like a class 70 over there. No, it is 66. But I think that might be the Great Eastern Main Line. So this may be where we actually join it. So we approach Westerfield Station. Not a station I am familiar with. Obviously we are still in Suffolk. It does seem a bit ridiculous that I'm not hugely familiar with Suffolk. The only thing I really know about Suffolk is that it's Benjamin Britten country. So here is Westerfield Station. At least it has got some station buildings. It's not exactly overburdened with them, but it has got some. So we are now in a 60 zone. Let's get a bit more speed up. Won't go mad with the acceleration, so we are unlikely to use notch 8 very much on this. Probably only when we are starting up again from standstill. But then, well, we know two places where that is definitely going to happen. Stratford and Clapham Junction. But yeah, obviously if there are any places where I need to brake, especially if I need to brake quite hard, then yeah, that will be restarting from standstill again as well. So although I don't rate this livery as highly as I do the regular GBRF livery, it is still good to see a British Rail blue type livery on the 66. I'm not entirely sure it suits it because the 66 was never a British Rail loco. Just like the 59, they were both introduced to the British Rail freight network by private companies. They, neither of those trains, locos, have ever been British Rail owned. They've been British Rail staffed. It was always BR drivers who drove the things, but that was it. So we have a 1 in 100 downhill, and we've got a brake. Right. We've got to try and slow down for this 40 section on a 1 in 100 downhill. So we are going to brake to standstill here. And when we restart, we will accelerate up to 30. And that there is why. So we're actually fine as far as the 40 mph limit. And we're on a 1 in 93 downhill. That is quite hefty. This looks like the reason why the 30 mph limit is coming up. Ooh, got a bit of a bump there. Okay, we weren't on the Great Eastern Main Line yet, but we are about to join it here. But it's not a bad place to stop and get ourselves ready for this. So, right. Let's go up to notch 8. Hopefully it won't result in any wheel spin. Is a 30 limit, so that's as high as we'll take it for now. There we go. I was hoping it would slow us down a little faster than this. Okay, yeah, we're all right now. So we are on an 85 stretch, but for a very short time. So there we are, we're now in a 40. But yeah, once we're in the 45 zone, which is quite short, then yeah, we can properly throttle up. So here we are, Ipswich station, but yeah, we're going through, not stopping here. So that 30 mph zone is because, yeah, we got this very tight turn here, which is followed by a tunnel. actually the turn is not as tight as I thought it was. It certainly feels tighter than that when we are coming in the other way. Let's get ourselves a bit closer to 30. So we are now in the 45 zone and entering the 70. And we have the 100 zone coming up in less than half a mile. Now obviously we're not going to be doing anything like that. So the absolute maximum I will do for this journey is 60, which is still plenty fast enough. So I think with Ipswich we've just gone through. I think the next stop is, or next station is Manningtree, where we would turn off if we were heading towards Harwich. But yeah, we are not doing that in this video. I have done several videos going to Harwich, so yeah, if you want to check out the Mayflower line, then yeah, there are already a few up there. Let's get a little bit more acceleration, not a huge amount. We are on a 1 in 120 uphill actually, so yeah, let's go all the way up to 8. Now class 66s on this route are certainly nothing new, but I'm not sure that, that either of the ones with this livery have ever done it. Yeah, this gradient is really holding us back. We should be able to accelerate a lot better than this. We're struggling at 43. And it's getting steeper. It's now 1 in 120. The speed is going up, so we seem to have better traction despite the fact that it is a bit steeper. this is certainly not a train that I want to have the old runaway train problems that I had in the previous video with the 37. I still don't know what caused that. I can only assume that the pressure within the brake valve dropped to a point where it just wasn't doing anything. I didn't give it enough time to get more air into it. That's the only thing I can come up with. Okay, we're now going downhill, so we'll come off the throttle. 1 in 157 downhill. So we are still accelerating, but it's at a very slow rate. I think we'll be all right. We may end up going over 60, but I don't think it's going to be by a huge amount. So we're at 60.5. So we may need to come to a halt before Manningtree, because yeah, there's quite a sharp curve as we head towards that station, and I think you can only take it at about 30. We are doing twice that, although we are slowing now. But we do have another downhill section coming up in just about half a mile. There is a speed reduction coming up down to 80. Yeah, we haven't got to worry too much about that. So there's the AWS alert for it, and there goes the Morphosboard. But yeah, 80 is not a problem. 70 after it isn't really a problem either. So here is Manningtree. So in fact, the curve that takes us towards Manningtree is nowhere near as sharp as I thought it was. The 30 mph limit must be if we were taking the branch down to Harwich. Yeah, if we were joining the Mayflower line, which obviously we are not. Plenty of sailing boats out there on whatever that stretch of water is. down to 55. There, yeah, that's the entrance to the Mayflower line. So that might have been the Stour that we crossed there. We are now in Essex. Here is Manningtree Station. I've never really thought of Manningtree as a major station in any way, but looking at the size of it, it does certainly seem to be an important one. Okay, anyway, we can now start getting some speed up again. We are now in a 100 zone, for what it's worth. We are on a 1 in 132 uphill section, so we will take it up to notch 8. We are accelerating, but only just. This line being electrified, the temptation is always there to take a more powerful electric train or electric loco like the Class 92, but yeah, even though this line is electrified, the Class 92 doesn't run here because the power draw is too great and it would affect the entire network. There have been a couple of occasions, and I do mean just a couple, where a Class 92 has run on the Great Eastern Main Line, but yeah, they certainly would not have it coming here very much at all. Strikes me they could do with more trains on this line that have regenerative brakes. Anything just to, you know, help put some kind of supply back into the or back into, yeah, this line. I mean, it's fine when you're in a 66 because you're not using any of it, but you know, if the power supply is that low that you can't use a Class 92, so I am pretty sure the Class 99s, if they ever bloody enter service, won't be hugely welcome either, although the 99s are an electro diesel, so you could always use that. Continue accelerating up to about 55. I am starting to have my doubts about if the 99 is ever going to actually enter service. It's done nothing but sort of like do these sort of test runs for at least the last 18 months. And everywhere you see it, it's always the two of them together. You know, 99001, 99002, and it is just the two locos. It's like they're fucking Siamese twins or something. You just cannot separate them. So you do wonder what the hell they're doing. Surely by now they know it's more than good enough. I mean, one Class 99 on its own has actually more than twice the power of this thing we're in. You know, this Class 66 generates 3,200 horsepower. The Class 99 generates over 8,000. It's immensely powerful. Pretty sure its top speed is 75, so all that power is going into, you know, generating massive amounts of torque. You can just imagine the length of consist that thing could haul. Right, we're on a 1 in 150 uphill. Actually no, let's not throttle up because we've got a downhill section coming after it. So what speed we've lost here we'll gain again as we start to go downhill. Is that another 66? Yeah, that's a consist I would not want to be going too near. Well, we are going downhill, but speed is going up quite slowly. So let's give it a helping hand. Yeah, a speed reduction down to 90 is not really going to worry us too much. So we are approaching Colchester. Yeah, I think we're good now. 1 in 120 downhill, we'll continue our acceleration. I don't think it will take us all the way up to 55, but I won't mind if it does. So this line that's just come in next to us here, I'm pretty sure that's the line that has come from Walton on the Naze, Clacton, St Osyth, all around that way. That's where the good old 309s used to run. Unfortunately they never ran to Southend, though they weren't really needed for Southend. And Another 66 there. Light engine as well. A bit of a pointless one, but there you go. So, yep, Colchester. Quite a, yeah, big old major station. And yeah, it's around here we'll start seeing the 360s. You've got quite a few of them over there. 360s are never going to be among my favourites. I've been reading that the 360 is coming to Train Sim World 6. I'm sure everyone is getting ready to celebrate that edition. Yeah, this is turning out to be a great route for doing freight runs, because we're not having to take it so carefully and so slowly. I mean, we're certainly nowhere near the sort of speeds of passenger runs, but then freight runs never are. And also, the final DLC, when we get ready to do the third part, with that going from Clapham to Fratton, that's another part that will give us a chance to yeah, get some decent speed up. So it's only the section through London that's going to be sort of like really slowing us down any. We're now on a 1 in 160 uphill. We're going to have to go right up to notch 8 just to try and stop us from slowing down. Yeah, the speed is still coming down. Okay, it's slowly going back up again. There goes a 360. I mean, to be fair to the 360, every time I've driven one, it's been fine to drive. It's just, well, look at it. It's just such a boring, dreary design. It's devoid of anything to make it really stand out. Marks Tay, the next station coming up. We can throttle down a bit here. The last one is a sorry sight. Thankfully I have these. Failing that, I also have these. I'm still fully equipped. So I think we are about halfway for this particular stretch of the run anyway. What's this going up? Class 90. Actually, that looked more like a 91. No, it was a 90. Here we are at Marks Tay station. Not sure where that branch that was heading north goes to. Oh, you're fucking joking. Right, well, we've just gone through Marks Tay. Let's see if we can resume from there. I'm pretty sure we can. Yep, we can. And now we will set the destination to Stratford. I've no idea how long we'd been going on for. Let's say an hour. Right. It's partly my fault because the Great Eastern Main Line is quite infamous for this. It's not the best of routes to use. And also because I have to keep using quick drive all the time. If I was using scenarios it wouldn't be so bad, but all the scenarios out there to download have ridiculous requirements and I don't have all the stuff. Right, well, let's quickly get everything reset and back up and running. Right. So I want to take as little time over this as possible. I think that is everything. So yeah, let's get this disengaged and we can get back underway. Right, away we go again. it's not going to take us too long to get back up to speed. We're not exactly that far off it now. The ETA is saying it's going to take us yeah, over 12 hours, so that's something else that's going to piss it about. So we are now back up to the 50s. So we are heading down the hill slightly. Don't think it'll be enough for us to gain speed, I say, and yeah, we are gaining speed. Oh, that's alright. It's not like we are gaining it rapidly, so... Goblin station. Next one that we'll be heading through. So it's heading towards us. Looks like another 91. Yeah. It was actually being pushed. It was the DVT at the front. That was the case with the previous one as well, and I thought it might have been a 91, yeah, because the DVT was at the front of it. So, Goblin station. we've got some sort of station buildings, but yeah, it's not exactly smothered in them. Let's get our speed back up to let's go back up to 55. Whittam station coming up next, so where you would be taking the branch to Braintree, but not if you're heading in this direction, you won't. So, yep, Whittam station. That line there is the one that would take you to Braintree. So we're now on a 1:55. This climb goes on for a little bit actually. Hatfield Peveril is next, well, next station. Ease off on the throttle a bit now, because we have a downhill section as we come out of Hatfield Peveril. That can increase our speed for us. Yeah, we are already a downhill section, 1 in 170 as well. Well, it's a fair sized platform, but yeah. Only when we get here, when we do finally get some station buildings. So now 1 in 121. The speed is still picking up, still fine as far as you know, me. Yeah, I'll take us up to 60. I don't particularly want to go over that. But we're still okay. It all seems clear up ahead. That ETA being, say, 12 hours, it could be, and it could be one of about 3 things. It could be that there's an AI train on our line and they never start moving until we are about 2 or 3 miles away from it. It could be a stuck red signal. It could be points that are against us. I've had that happen on this line. So yeah, I've got no idea what it is, but you know, I am far from pleased to see it there. get us back closer to that 55. So speed reduction down to 85 coming up. Don't really need to worry too much about that. This could be us approaching Chelmsford. There's a 60 limit there. Again, I think we'll be okay for that. That'll be the AWS alert for the 85. We'll get another one fairly soon for the 60. Well, we should do. There we are. So 60, no problem. Does indeed look like it is Chelmsford we are approaching. There it is. We are going downhill, but it's so gradual, yeah, we're okay. So here is the 85 section. We're absolutely fine for. We're going to be absolutely fine for the 60 coming up. Go. There goes another 90. Again, TVT leading. So, yeah, Chelmsford Station. It's all looking a bit quiet there. So 1 in 100 downhill here, but yeah, now entering the 85 zone. And it's about to start going uphill anyways. We crossed the Chelmer. So let's get ourselves back up to the sort of 55s that we really want. Yeah, I think I let that build up a little bit more than I intended. I mean, it's still fine, 57. Let's try and sustain this sort of speed rather than let it drop off too much. So there's a bit of an uphill climb as we approach Ingatstone. Try not to lose too much speed on this. I mean, it's not hugely steep. 1 in 200 it is steep enough. So, Ingatstone Station, yeah, got some more platform buildings. More often than not on this line, there are actually, you know, yeah, some sort of platform building there. It's, yeah, the stations are a damn sight more interesting than they are on, you know, the majority of, say, the East Coast Main Line or West Coast Main Line, even more so, where it is just platforms and, you know, maybe a shelter there. It's only when you get to the really big stations, you know, like Rugby and Milton Keynes and Coventry, but yeah, all the others, there's just nothing there. Doesn't happen so often on this line. One of the things I like about it, its instability is one of the things that I detest about it, but can't have everything. Even though when it comes to being able to play a game, you should be able to have everything. Coming up to another speed reduction. It could be the approach to Shenfield. Indeed what it is. Speed's coming down a bit quicker than I would have liked. 1 in 161, yeah, it's not ideal, but yeah, there's a bit of an uphill stretch on the approach to Shenfield. And there is the line from Southend. Now for a fair while we're on a 4-line route. So, yeah, Snobby Yard Shenfield, really it's North Brentwood, but they think themselves above Brentwood, so yeah, they insist on giving the station a completely separate name. Brentwood station itself on the downhill part of this run. So we've now got quite a few of these sort of urban commuter stations coming up. Brentwood isn't really one of them, but yeah, we've got plenty coming along after this. In order to bring this thing to a fairly safe halt, we'd probably have to start braking for Stratford before we even before we are even at Maryland station. Yeah, 1 in 104 downhill. Really don't notice this at all when you're on the passenger train on this section. Now 1 in 90. You know, I had no idea it was as steep as this. So when you're a passenger on a train on this part, yeah, totally oblivious to it. So here is Brentwood. Brentwood's alright. It's yeah, I much prefer this to Shenfield. So we've got 2 or 3 small commuter stops before we reach the cesspit that is Romford. We're really picking up speed here on this downhill section. Now if I was to start braking, yeah, I would have to take us down to a standstill. So I don't really want to do it, but if we approach 70, I may have to. Because, yeah, the sheer weight that we are hauling, 70 is really not a speed you want to be doing. So Harold Wood is coming up. This is the first of about 3 stations that are all sort of like within 1.5 miles. Right, we're doing over 70 now. We've got to slow down. I mean, we're on quite a straight you know, piece of track here, so yeah, 1 in 98. I've got the brakes on fairly strong, and yeah, okay, yeah, they are slowing us down, but nothing like as fast as we really need to be. This is better. Ooh, it's got a bit of a bump there. And of course now, yeah, the ground's levelling out. I'll tell you what, we'll save it, so if this goes tits up, I can restart it from there. But let's release the brakes and see if we do okay. Yeah, we're alright. Not really meant to do that, but there we go. So, yeah, this is Harold Wood. Next stop, or next station is Gideon Park. I can't remember if there's another one before Romford, or if Romford is the third of the 3. So yeah, Gideon Park now on the route display. A couple of yeah, the Charisma vacuums that are the 360s. So yeah, Romford is the third after this stop, or this station. So yeah, Gideon Park right here. And Gideon Park really is just part of Romford. It's probably as close as it gets to being the nice part of Romford. But I mean, the nice part of Romford just means it's a bit less of a festering shithole than the rest of it. Red there is not for us. So yeah, here we are at Romford. Yeah, welcome to Romford, and you are very welcome to it. Far enough below 50, so yeah, I think we can get a bit more speed up. So Chadwell Heath is next. A large freight depot there. I mean, we're not far from Dagenham, so it may have, yeah, it may be connected to that somehow. So yeah, Chadwell Heath, Goodmays and Seven Kings all in a very short space. So yeah, Chadwell Heath right here. No T left. I mean, that's just that's criminal. That. So here is Goodmays. And then very soon we are at Seven Kings. Then we have a bit of a gap, yeah, and then Ilford. And if there's any part of Essex that can rival Romford for being the biggest shithole, it's Ilford. So, yep, here we are at Ilford. No, we're not. We're at Seven Kings. Ilford is still to come. We still have that pleasure. Manor Park, the next stop after this one. We've got another class 90. So, yeah, here we are at Ilford. Everyone I know still considers Ilford to be Essex, and yet we're only, you know, just over 3 miles away from Stratford. Well, I know some people who still consider Stratford to be Essex. No, I wouldn't. Stratford is certainly East London, but Ilford, no. And believe me, if East London wants Ilford, they can have it. They can have Romford as well, but no, they're both Essex. So, Manor Park. Yeah, very soon followed by Forest Gate. And I think after the Forest Gate it's the infamous Maryland. So we'll continue to coast here because, yeah, Stratford is less than 2 miles away. Now, is that yellow aspect for us? I think it is. Oh, it's a double yellow. So it could be a single yellow, yeah, as we are approaching Maryland. So this is, yeah, this is going to be why we've got that ridiculous ETA. So we're going to need to start braking, put it on the minimum. So we may have to actually stop at Maryland for a bit. We'll see. Yeah, okay, it's started up. This train here, that's a 92, which you would never see doing this line. That's just got underway again. That was what was causing it. So we need to start braking here because I've got to go on the assumption that the next aspect is red, but I can't see it until we have, well, basically until we are in Maryland Station. So I've got it on minimum braking. That red is the other line next to us. Where's our one? See, I can't even see. Yeah, ours is red as well, and we can't pass through it. But according to the ETA, yeah, it should be, you know, it is going to clear. It's just that whatever train was here has to get far enough away. See, we can't just tab through it. And I think if we check here, yeah, if we were to go through, there's the train that we were waiting for, 360. But yeah, if we went through, we would have derailed. So here's the train that's causing our red light. And there we go. So, yeah, stayed in Maryland a bit longer than planned. Yes, I still remember my very infamous stay in Maryland. Okay, we don't need to get too much faster. A bit of a bump from behind by the yeah, the TEA wagons. Just in case you're wondering, yeah, TEA for those wagons stands for testosterone enhanced arseholes. Strange choice of name to give them, but there you go. This is the railways we're talking about. Now, it's highly unlikely we will be starting from platform 9 here when we resume. So we'll have to wait here for a few minutes while our consist is checked over. Once that's done, the number 2 driver will move us to the correct platform, and then we can resume the next part of the journey, as we are taking, I'm pretty sure it's the mild main line, to Clapham Junction. Well, we have been moved to platform 2. See at platform 1 there, that is a train that, well, it will eventually be going along the yeah, the same route as us. But we are all set, so we'll get underway, and as you can clearly see, the rain has come, which we knew was coming. So let's get the brakes off and make our way around North London. So as I was saying in the previous video, the South London lines are extremely busy. North London is much more reliant on the underground than the overground, so the North London lines, it doesn't matter quite so much if we disrupt them slightly. Which is why, yeah, you get an awful lot of freight being moved around on North London. I mean, to be honest, you get a fair bit on South London, but not as much. Yeah, we'll pretend we didn't see that train disappear. Now, you may have noticed yesterday that once I had the invisible AI and hitting the invisible train again, my enthusiasm totally dwindled. And it still has to a degree. If it happens again, that's me done with this run. I will just release it with, you know, whatever has been done so far. So we're on this 1 in 200 downhill gradient. Okay, let's chance releasing the brakes. Yeah, we're good. So our journey to Clapham Junction is quite a short one. It's easily the shortest stage of this entire run. So you follow the North London lines as far as Waterloo Junction, and then once we pass there we go on to the West London lines, and that's when we head south. Eventually we will cross the river and make our way to Clapham Junction. Now, passenger services that use that line and then start heading southwards to you know, in the direction of Portsmouth, Brighton, wherever, they will normally use platform 1, so we are not going to be heading to platform 1. We now enter a 40 zone, but we have a 25 zone fast coming up, so we will only accelerate to 25. So anyway, yeah, as I was saying, the passenger services nearly always use platform 1, so we are going to be sent to completely the other end of the station, platform 17, and there we will yeah, have the consist checked again, ready for the final stage of this run as we head to Fratton. Well, Fratton station is where we'll be going in the video, but the ultimate destination, say, will be Fratton depot, is where this diesel fuel is heading. So here we are at Hackney Wick. Still have the good old West Ham Stadium over there. Now, because we are going through such a built up area, we will not be going any faster than 30 on this run. And then once we are at Clapham Junction and making our way south, then we will go back to the, you know, 55 to 60 top speeds. Now, for the sake of continuity, although, yeah, this part of the run started literally seconds after the first part ended, it's actually been over a day since I did the first part, again because that invisible train bullshit just killed my enthusiasm. So what I was talking about with regards to the Armstrong Powerhouse Class 222, it's now been out a day. There's already been at least a couple of videos showing it on YouTube. The only one I've seen was the one done by the British Ace. I suspect the majority of people who watch my train videos watch his channel as well. He does some great stuff, there's no doubt about it. Only two things that I wish he wouldn't do. He has a habit of doing audio tests during the video. I wish he would do that before the video. And he is another one of these people where everything is cool. And yeah, I've long since established what I think about yeah, cool. I detest it. But other than those two very minor niggles, yeah, his stuff's great. And so yeah, he did a video showing the AP 222 on the bedpan line, which was to be expected. And it did look pretty good. I am in two minds about its active DRA. I mean, I knew that the 222 had such a feature. I didn't really know what it consisted of, and having seen it implemented, I'm like, yeah. when you play the game the way I do, that could be a bit of a headache. So, but it does mean that there's something different about driving it, so I'm okay with that. So it is certainly one that I will pick up. I was planning on picking up 5, maybe even 6 Loco DLCs. Thanks to all of these infuriating derailments, I may not get so many. I'll probably only get 3. 222 will be one of them. The other will be, for the first time in a long while, we are now going up to 33. Let's just slow ourselves down a bit. But yeah, the first time in a long while, it will be a completely new train, not just a you know, an Armstrong Powerhouse enhanced version of a Loco. It's a a Loco that I do not have in any way, shape or form, and that is a Class 185 DMU. Yes, I know it's been available for ages, but I will finally be getting it. So, yep, keep a lookout for the updates in the pinned comment of the Your Requests Here video, and you'll know when I have that. So, Dalston Kingsland is coming up next. So, yep, here we are. Now here, yeah, that's the section that I took. I'm surprised to actually see it's still operational there. But yeah, that was where I went on the North London BR NSE run when I went to Broad Street. Now Broad Street station itself has long gone. I mean, it looked like it had been 3/4 demolished in the run that I did, but yeah, I don't know where that part of the run will take you now. Might take you to Barking. I mean, IAC doesn't look like it's electrified. Let's just have a check. Oh, it's third rail. Okay. So it's not part of the Goblin line. So I've no idea where it would take you. I can only guess Liverpool Street Station, and that is only a guess. And considering we started at Stratford, and yeah, just follow the main line from Stratford and you get to Liverpool Street Station anyway. So anyway, Canonbury is next. Rather pleased to see that because the rain is somewhat light, it is not affecting how well we are doing. Then again, we are on, like I say, a very slow stretch of this particular run, so maybe our low speeds is playing a part in that. Approaching Highbury and Islington. Last time we were here, we were in the underground section of it when we did the Moorgate to Welling Garden City run in a Class 387, which, yeah, it is a train that would never normally do that run, but I fancied a bit of a change, and the 313 that I was going to use just seemed a bit slow in DC. but then I saw that yeah, the max speed we could do on the DC lines was 30 anyway, so it wouldn't have made any difference, but oh well. I could always save that for another time. So that was Highbury and Islington Station we just went through. Next up is Caledonian Road and Barnsbury. No, Caledonian Road is something of a major road in London. I can't remember why. I think it does have something to do with the underground, or at least something to do with the railway network. So we are really slowing down here. Let's get ourselves back up to, yeah, we're on a 1 in 96 uphill, although we've just come off it. But let's get ourselves back up to 30 mph. So here is Caledonian Road and Barnsbury. Back up to 30. So Camden Road coming up, and we've got to slow down. Well, I need to take it easy with the brakes, so we're going to have to start slowing down now with some, yeah, rather gentle braking, shall we say. Yeah, so that 378 was one of the 5-car ones. That's what we want. It's good to see that that's a bit more up to date. All 378s, certainly on the North London network, are all 5-car. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're all 5-car on the South London network as well. I mean, that's a change that was implemented, god dear, at least 10 years ago, I'm sure of it. So that's the alert for the 20 mph section, but we are actually now fine. And so, no, I thought that was why, because we're going over the points, but no, the 20 section is still here, we're still in a 40 zone. So yeah, there's the start of the 20 zone, which we are now in. And once we are through Camden Road, we do have the 45 zone coming back up as we approach Kentish Town. Kentish Town West, because of course the Kentish Town, the main station, is yeah, on the Midlands main line. It's on the bedpan line. Line we just turned off there, I think that's the line that takes you to Euston Station. I'm pretty sure that's a line that we were doing. We were on that line when we did the North London BR/NSC run. Got a couple of slight bumps from our cargo then. We are on a 1 in 98 uphill climb, which might explain why we did get a couple of slight bumps. So we'll apply a bit more power. I want to try and get us to... Actually, we are now back in the 45 zone, so what am I doing? Let's get ourselves properly back up to 30 mph here. So here is Kentish Town West. We've got another 20 coming up. So as we approach Gospel Oak station. There is a slight uphill section, which, well, yeah, our speed is dropping off quite a bit, so we are fine as far as that 20 mph zone is concerned. There goes the morpher board for it. Yes, our speed is still going up even if we're only in notch 1. So we do need it to come down a bit. So we have another 378. Again, another 5 car. Right, 1 in 98 gradient now. Speed's coming down at a much faster rate. Now, was that for the 20? Yes, because yeah, we got green lights. So here is Gospel Oak Station. There is the end of the Goblin line. Entering the 45 zone, it should only be a 40 zone for us because we're a freight train, but this is a quick drive, so still on a 1 in 98 uphill climb, so yeah, having to apply a lot more throttle just to get us to accelerate slightly. We're now in the 45 zone. Let's get ourselves up to 30 again. Approaching Hampstead Heath Station. George Michael's old hangout. Well, it wasn't necessarily the station that you would hang out at. Quite a long old tunnel here, especially considering we're still within central London. We're now on level ground, so yeah, certainly don't need to be accelerating as much. So Finchley Road and Frognall is our next station. I know Finchley Road, but Frognall, never heard of it. And then West Hampstead after that. So we are fast approaching Willesden Junction. Where we join the West London line. And if we were in an electric train, that's where we would have to change from using overhead electrification to third rail. Except this route has really not been very well coded at all, and it doesn't matter which electrification you're using. If you're in an electric train, it lets you do the whole length of the route, regardless of what what mode you are using. So that's Finchley Road and Frognall that we've been through. A fairly short section until we get to West Hampstead here. I think that is part of the West Coast Main Line we've just driven over. So this is West Hampstead. Another 378. We are now going well over 30 mph. We were on a downhill section, which was causing us to pick up speed. So yeah, Brondesbury fast approaching. So yeah, we go Brondesbury Station and Brondesbury Park. Is it's not even half a mile away from Brondesbury Station itself. After that is Kensal Rise, and yeah, I think that is Willesden Junction is the next station after Kensal Rise. We are picking up speed again on this 1 in 161 downhill. Yeah, Brondesbury Park. Braking too lightly, it's not bringing our speed down. So 35 speed limit coming up. That's because of the curve at Willesden Junction. I mean, It's in such a bad location, Williston Junction. We're now on a 1 in, well, it was briefly a 1 in 72 downhill. Yeah, we're getting hit from behind by our wagons as a result. We do need to continue braking as we have a 20 mph section coming up. At least we're now on level ground. So yeah, this is Kensal Rise once again with all the cargo containers off to the side there. I'd like to see that station in real life just to see if that really is the case. You know, do they actually have all of those laid out like that? So we are not braking, we're just losing speed as a result of us coasting. I mean, we do eventually need to go down to 15, but I don't think we need to get there quite so rapidly. So let's speed up a little bit. So we're now in the 35 zone. Once we enter the 20 zone, I'll apply the brakes, get us down to 15. That's where we are joining the West London line. At this rate, I may not even need to apply the brakes. Now, I can't tell if that one there is 20 or 30 mph. Guess we'll find out once we are practically on top of it. Felt like a bit of a bump from behind. I don't know why it would do that. It might just be that the frames per second picked up again. So here is the sprawling mass of Williston Junction. So somewhere around here is the West Coast Main Line. So what I was saying earlier about going over it, that was clearly wrong, I think. Yeah, this part here now that we're going over, I think that is the West Coast Main Line. And all this part here, yeah, is taking you into a train depot and freight depot. So we are into the 15 zone, and this is where we join the West London line. These overhead power lines will soon be stopping as the third rail takes over. We're on a downhill section. Yeah, 1 in 97, that speed is picking up. I should have bloody kept that in mind actually. Mind you, we are now in the 20 zone, so we're not speeding anymore. But we are still going to be picking up speed, so maybe I'll tell you what I'll do. We'll apply minimum braking just to reduce the rate at which our speed is going up. Yeah, that's reduced it quite nicely. It's still going up, but yeah, much slower rate. That's not bad at all. This downhill section goes on for quite a bit. I mean, there's about that 60 zone there in half a mile, but we're still going downhill as we go through there. Right, so now we are on the West London lines. At least I'm pretty sure we are. Don't know what the route there is that we're just going over. Quite the hefty one, whatever it is. It's now 1 in 60 downhill. I mean, we are in a 30 zone, so it doesn't matter about our speed picking up, but it is picking up at a rate that's, yeah, a lot faster than I would like. So you can see we've now got the third rail here. So the overhead power will stop fairly soon. And we're now in the 60 zone, so I can release the brakes slightly, but again, because of the built up area, we don't want to be going faster than 30, so I do still need to keep an eye on the speed, because we are quite fast approaching 30 mph. Now, I know 30 mph is certainly slow, but you have to bear in mind that, yeah, it's a built up area and we are transporting diesel fuel. Okay, ground is now levelled out, we can take the brakes off. We are approaching Shepherd's Bush station. We don't have a huge number of stations that we go through on the West London line. So we've got Shepherd's Bush here, Kensington Olympia, and then I think it is West Brompton, then Imperial Wharf, and then it's Clapham Junction. So yeah, here we are at Shepherd's Bush. I'm 1 in 100 downhill again, so yeah, got to apply the brakes once more. Yeah, that's alright, it's only on the initial application, but it's doing what it needs to do. Well, that 378 was only a 4 car that time. Now we were getting bumped a couple of times there from the from the freight as we reached level ground. Now, we didn't have a huge number of gradients, but sort of, came hard and fast while we were on the Great Eastern Line. And the gradients here are relatively sort of, they're not suddenly hitting us from nowhere. But on the Portsmouth Direct Line, as we go through Kensington Olympia itself right there, but yeah, on the Portsmouth Direct Line we are going to get gradients like that. So it is definitely going to be the most challenging part of the entire run. I'll save the worst till last. In fact, it is more a case of saving the best till last, because the Great Eastern Main Line Route DLC is a bit infamous for not being particularly well done, as we saw. Whereas, well, this one, it's been badly coded. As I say, it doesn't matter if we were in an electric train, we could still have it set up for 25 kilovolt overhead electrification. We would still be going, even though we're on third line. So it's been really badly coded. But the Portsmouth Direct Line, yeah, there hasn't been any sort of criticisms of it. It's one of those routes that is well done, so we should, and I'll emphasise should, be okay on that line. Could actually do with getting a bit more speed up. I'll let it drop down to 22. So here is West Brompton. So this is where Jim saw the Class 66 heading in this direction, and this is where he got the idea for this run. So, well, if something was to go badly wrong with this train, that it resulted in, our cargo catching fire and exploding, then, well, if it's going to happen anywhere, then about here is, yeah, this is a good spot for it. So 1 in 100 downhill. We'll apply initial braking again. So that alert is for the 30 mph section that's coming up. We should be fine. Ooh, got a couple of bumps there from the wagons behind us as we got back onto level ground. So here we are at Imperial Wharf. So we are just about to cross the Thames. It does seem a bit strange that, this is the North London and Goblin lines route, and we're now heading south of the river. And because of where we're crossing and the weather conditions, can't see any of these that like the great London landmarks, but oh well. So I got a yellow aspect up ahead. I can't see if it's single or double. It's one of those where it is only going to show a single. But Clapham Junction is coming up. So we're taking the long way around to it because, we are going to be placed on the far side of the station. So we're sort of, being kept out of the way, so to speak. But I suspect that once we get going again for the final phase down to Fratton, we will not be starting from platform 17. So if we were going to be starting on platform 1, we would be going down there. But we're not. Right, we need to get some braking here because we're approaching a 10 mph limit. So we've got double yellow here, that's fine. We are still on level ground as well, so that's okay. We may be able to use this uphill gradient that we are going to be approaching to shave off the last 5 mph. So we are now heading uphill. Single yellow aspect signal up ahead. Again, that's fine. That's exactly what we expected. We're on a 1 in 70 gradient. No wonder our speed is dropping fast. So we're now okay for that 10 mph limit that's coming up. Just notching up just to try and slow down the rate at which our speed is coming down. Yeah, that's good. now in the 10 zone. It's not a great place for us to have to do a final, shall we say, final check on the consist, but yeah, because of reasons, yeah, we have to. Try and get the whole consist on the platform. Can't run the checks if the entire train isn't on here. There we are. Right. So yeah, here we are, and then Clapham Junction, platform 17. We'll get the consist checked, and if driver 2 has to move us, he will, and then we'll get underway for Fratton. Okay, so here we are at Clapham Junction. We have been moved on to platform 9. But we are all set to go. You can see the rain has stopped, but yeah, that don't look great, does it? Oh well. Yeah, the rain has stopped, but it is still very overcast, so anyway, none of that really matters. We are starting in a 50 mph zone, 75 mph zone coming up very quickly. We will not go any faster than 60, but 60 is still plenty good enough. So let's get on the way. Our consist is clearly okay, does not need any additional checks. Now I can tell you that this route has been, shall we say, interesting. This is actually my 3rd attempt at recording this. Now obviously it had not been stopped previously because of hitting invisible trains. If it had, I wouldn't be here doing this now. No, this was something very different. I set it up in quick drive, absolutely, everything all set fine, and got underway, and nothing dawned on me as being wrong until in the route display here we started approaching the first station, because it was Vauxhall, so we were going in completely the wrong direction. So I restarted it, and again it had us set going in completely the wrong direction. Now if I had a second loco on the rear of this consist, not a problem, I could have just got into that and away we go, but I don't. Let's take us up the full notch 8, get us into get us to 60. So what I had to do was actually start this run at Waterloo, not Waterloo, Victoria, and drive it down to Clapham Junction, and then start the recording from there. So anyway, yeah, next station now is Earlsfield, so it is now working as it should. So this final part of the run will certainly be the most challenging. I have a lot of gradients to deal with on this one. They are relatively steep and they seem to all come from nowhere, especially as we get towards the South Downs. And I did quite enjoy the second part where we were going through London. Yes, it was very slow, but it didn't feel like we were just crawling along because, yeah, with all the built up areas and that we were going through, it was alright. I quite enjoyed that. So at the start of this run, Fratton was just over 68 miles. We've already done over 100 miles before we even started this part of the journey. We go through Earlsfield Station. Next station is Wimbledon. We will reduce the throttle slightly, but we will continue accelerating. There goes. Let's see, that one was short enough so we have been a 411. Majority of them are 412s. In fact, I always assume that they are the AP ones, so either the 411 or 412, but to be honest, without being Network Southeast, it could have been a 423. It's really difficult for me to tell. That one over there is a 455. There's certainly plenty of AI traffic on this run, which is a good thing, so long as no invisible ones appear either right on top of me or right in front of me and I run into them. So we will not be taking the Wimbledon flyover this time. I can't imagine there would be too many freight trains sent on the Wimbledon flyover, especially if they are as heavy as this thing. So over 1,200 tonnes this particular consist. And that's despite the fact that it's only 8 carriages. 8 wagons, as we pass another 455 there. Here comes Wimbledon Station. Quite the large station there, Wimbledon. Now, I'm sure I've already said this multiple times in the 2 previous parts, but yeah, our finishing point is Fratton Station. Yeah, there will be a second driver who will take over and actually take us into Fratton Depot, but yeah, unfortunately with the quick drive scenarios, I can't choose Fratton Depot as our finishing point. So as far as this video is concerned, yeah, we will be finishing at Fratton Station, but yeah, the run would have actually gone on to Fratton Depot. That's a long old 455 there. Southern Rail 455. I'm sure I read somewhere that Southern Rail, for reasons I can't begin to figure out, either attempted or were certainly looking into making their 455s dual voltage. I mean, I realise Southern Rail do occasionally go, you know, on the bedpan route, and even sometimes on the West Coast mainline route. I'm not sure what station that was, but yeah, we are on the avoiding line. He's put us on the fast lines, which is a bit ridiculous, but there you go. Anyway, yeah, so because Southern Rail do sometimes run on those lines, you can kind of see why, you know, it would be advantageous for them to have as many dual voltage trains as they can. But yeah, dual voltage 455s I don't think was ever on the cards. And now, of course, it's never going to happen. The 455s were supposed to have been retired at the end of last year. Some are still running though, but yeah, they're very much on borrowed time. So, another station that I am not sure which one it is, New Malden. Very much, okay, I was just about to say we're very much holding our own speed here, and it has just gone up, but it is taking a while to accelerate, which is fine. So 60 mph is going to be our max, so the fact that we are trundling along quite nicely at 59 mph is, yeah, no problem with that. I do think it is a bit ridiculous that we are on the fast line though. But it does at least mean we are avoiding all of these stations. Which one's this? We are at Berrylands. What we got over there? So that's a very small one. That's only a 3 car, so that one could well have been a 423. The only reason I know it's not a 421 or 422 is that I don't have the Network South East livery for either of those. Now if that had come along in BR Blue, I really would not have had a clue which one it is. They do all look quite similar to each other. Now that one was a 411. That very early Southwest Trains livery I only have for the 411, or at least on that you know, first generation emus. So here we are at where are we? Surbiton. Yeah, not a favourite place. I'm not overly keen on Surrey in general. It's not the snobbiest county in the country, but it's not far off it. So we are up to 60. We'll just drop down another notch. We are going slightly downhill. I'm quite surprised that it's resulting in us actually gaining speed though, but yeah, we are, so I'm going to put it into idle. Okay, so that's dropping speed quite quickly, so let's just try notch 1. Okay, notch 1's not doing it. Let's head up to notch 2. That red aspect is for the line next to us. We're still slowing. We're still losing speed. We are going uphill slightly. I did not think it would be enough for us to be losing speed though, but we'll notch up just to gain that back. So I'm pretty sure this is Isha that we are going through now. Very staggered platforms. The completely wasted island platform there. So the ground is now levelled out. No gradients. Another 450 that just passed us there. Another gradient which is, I mean, it's not steep at all, 1 in 448, but it is enough for us to be losing speed again. So. Sure what station this is. Auburn-on-Thames. I don't know if that one that just passed us was a 450 or a 444. More likely to be a 450. Again, we are losing speed. 1 in 330 uphill. It's not that surprising. It is steeper than some of the other gradients that we've lost speed on. We're continuing to lose speed even in notch 4. Let's go up another one. Well, there you go, there's one in BR blue. I mean, take your pick which one that was, not a clue. Could be one of at least half a dozen that I've got. This is Weybridge. There we go. Saw the W, thought Woking, but no, Weybridge. Isn't it Weybridge where Cliff Richard lives? I think it is. It's also where the there's like a Mercedes test track of some sort is there. Well, it certainly used to be anyway. Last time I was around this area was probably getting on 15 years ago now. But it's not that far from Brooklands either, the old racetrack. There's a car and aircraft museum there. I think is this Byfleet and Newhall, and then West Byfleet coming up afterwards. I wonder if the reason that all of the other trains we're seeing are Network Southeast, because the livery that I've got here, even though it's GBR freight, the livery is called BR Blue. I wonder if it's taking that a bit literally, and all of the other locos, where available, is putting them in the BR Blue livery, or Network Southeast livery, you know. There is actually a Network Southeast retro livery available for the Class 66, but it's by the same people. In fact, it comes in the same pack as we go through West Byfleet Station. Yeah, it comes in the same pack as the Class 37 GBR freight livery, which, yeah, did a great job on the livery, but they ruined it with everything else. So that really does put me off trying that one. I mean, I've got enough liveries for the 66 anyway. I've got 40 of them for the Armstrong Powerhouse one alone. So this gradient is really slowing us down. We're down to 50, so we've lost 10 mph. Notch 5 is not increasing our speed. Well, we've lost enough speed, yeah, we'll put it all the way up. We've got a 40 mph limit coming up. Okay, let's not put the throttle all the way up. So, now approach to Woking. I think we may need to brake a bit before that 40 mph zone. We are not going to lose 8 mph between here and there. Although, that said, alright, we have a double yellow. We may have to brake anyway. But how long this thing takes to brake, we'll see what's... Oh, hang on, there's almost certainly going to be points. Is that why we're getting the yellows? That 40, not this one, the one after the station could be points that we are going over. Well, we'll soon find out. This is another yellow. We're now fine as far as the speed limit goes. So there's me saying we won't lose however much it was. What was it? 8 mph, and we've done it easily. Okay, it is single yellow, but yeah, it is indicating a points change. The speed given for it was 40, yeah, so I think we'll be alright. It could be this 40 that we're coming up to are the points that we're going to be changing on. So we have a Southern Trains 455 in the station there. The very staggered platforms of Woking Station. Yeah, it's a good job those points were there, because otherwise, yeah, that was a dead cert for a red. Now, we are approaching another yellow. I'm hoping it's because of another points change. I can't see yet. Well, it is double yellow. This one's now single yellow, but again, yeah, points change indicated. We don't need a brake then. I think, is this where we turn off and actually make our way along the Portsmouth line, as opposed to, I think we would have carried on to Southampton if we had not turned off here. We are now in a 90 zone. While we are here, I am going to save it because, yeah, what has happened before. Get ourselves back up to 60 again. We'll accelerate up to 50 because we are approaching another downhill section. We'll let the gravity do the rest. Accelerating at a really good rate here because we are going downhill, 1 in 152, so we're going so well. Yeah, we'll let gravity do the lot. 1 in 110 now, but we are also heading uphill. In fact, that 1 in 110 is the uphill gradient that we're now on. So here is Worplesdon Station. Based on what Jim was saying in one of his recent videos, this is a station that barely gets used. Whether we're talking trains or passengers. The equivalent on my local line is West Horndon, a station that in 53 years I've never seen anyone get on or off at that station. Right, losing a lot of speed again. 1 in 111 uphill. I will explain why. Notch 5 we are gaining speed, but at a very, very slight rate. Let's take it up to 7. We do have another downhill section coming up very soon. We'll ease off the throttle once we're on there. We've got a 50 mph section coming up. Is that the entrance to Guildford? Yes, it is. Yeah, 25 mph limit as we leave Guildford. We will definitely need to brake for that. That could be going over points again. Well, if it is, we'll see at these points here. Or this signal, I should say, here. So yeah, this one, no problem. We'll see what the next one is. We do need to start braking. Put it on very light, as always, put it on the minimum. So we do have an AWS warning. That's probably for the 50. So we're likely to get another one for the 25 unless it's points, in which case, yeah, we won't get an AWS alert for it. Right, we're not coming down anywhere near fast enough. We're fine for the 50 limit. The 25, we're way off. So yeah, well, it's telling us that we're clear for platform 4, but nothing about after it. Okay, so we are fine for the 25 limit now, and we're on level ground, so it doesn't matter that the brakes are off. I'm going to save it again now that we are here at Guildford. sure they get plenty of freight trains coming through here. Probably not on the line that we were using, but nevertheless, they'd still get yeah, enough of them. So we are about to enter a 60 zone. There we go. Let's take it right up to the top. 60 for us is top speed anyway, so yeah, the 70 and the 85 that are coming up really don't matter. Before we get any trackside views. We are approaching Farncombe Station. That's a fat lot of use, that one. Let's try again. Not yet. We'll wait until the other side of Goblin. We'll try again there. So top speed's come down to 70, which is fine for us anyway. So yeah, here we are at Farncombe Station. We really do not have long to go before we are at Goblin. So that's another speed reduction there, down to 60, which is fine. We are below that already. So, yeah, here we are at the Goblin station. We don't have long for the next one, Milford. So, yeah, stations are coming along at quite a rate. One in 150 uphill. I think we're going to need full throttle for this. So, yeah, Milford Station looks like a very small, very small station indeed. I can't imagine that getting a great deal of use. Right, we are now on a 1 in 82 uphill, and we are definitely going to need to increase throttle here. In fact, even at notch 8 we are still losing speed. Right, we're reaching the top of this hill where Whitley station is. And we are going to be going downhill. It looks like the downhill section is quite yeah, quite a steep one, so yeah, we are gaining speed. So it's 1 in 110. It's not as steep as the uphill section. If we do go over 60, I might be okay with that, because we've got another fairly steep and rather long uphill section coming after this. Okay, so we are at 60. The ground has levelled out, but now, yeah, we are going uphill 1 in 80. So I think we're going to have to go all the way up to notch 8 just to try and minimise the amount of speed we lose. Yep, that is indeed what is happening. Hazelmere is coming up. The ground does not level out at all while we're going through the station. So we're now doing less than 50. Hazelmere Station, still in full throttle, still losing speed. We're down to 46. We are over halfway for this final leg of the journey now. Okay, we are now going down the hill. Now I suspect this downhill section is going to be fairly long as well. It's not going to need us throttling up. We're going to gain enough speed, just, yeah, this 1 in 100 section. I'm going to save once more. It is now 1 in 123, not as steep as it was, but it's still steep enough. We are about to hit 60, so let's apply the minimal brakes. That is enough to slow us. Lip Hook is next station. I don't know if that was a 377 or a 375, but the fact that it was either and the Southern Trains one, as far as I'm aware, makes it extremely unlikely that it would be on this part of the network. Okay, we can ease off the brakes now. We are going uphill. It's 1 in 250. Let's start to get some speed up again. Take it up to knots 7. We were gaining speed at knots 5, but not at a good enough rate. We are going downhill again as we approach Lip Hook station. Let's drop it down to knots 2. Here is Lip Hook. Horrible name, but from what I gather, it's not a bad place. So yeah, 1 in 179. It's enough to, yeah, definitely have us picking up more speed. We'll put the brakes into the minimum again. It should be enough to slow us. Yeah, it is. It's slowing us at, yeah, a decent enough rate. We don't need to yeah, we won't need to take them off until, well, in fact, regarding we're fast approaching the point where we won't need to take them off. Yeah, speed is now coming down at a fair rate. Ground has leveled out again. Downhill section coming up, and it looks like a relatively steep one. Yeah, as we approach this, 1 in 80. We will definitely need to put the minimal brakes on so that we can at least reduce the rate at which our speed goes up. In fact, we are slowing, but yeah, a very slow rate. That's fine. We'll leave that as is. Okay, starting to level out. We will release the brakes. Here is Liss Station. 60, we'll just let it go just slightly over, and then yeah, I think if we just keep it at knots 2, that should just maintain our speed. If it goes up any more, then yeah, we just, there you go, so we'll just take it down to notch 1. But now the speed is really coming down because you have a 1 in 245 uphill section here. Bit late for that level crossing, but fine for this one. So Petersfield is the next station. It's rather industrialised around here. I don't know if that is the case, but it certainly has that appearance about it, especially if there is, yeah, that electrical substation there. On a 1 in 155 uphill here. And it looks like this is going on for a little while. Reduction down to 40 mph just before this tunnel, so yeah, we'll let this go. I'm just going to save it here because I've seen a couple of things that have me wondering if this is going to be alright. So that AWS alert was for the yeah, the 70 mph section, which yeah, we got nothing to worry about there. I think our speed is going to come down fine for the 40 even without braking, so I think we'll be okay. That's for the 40. Yeah, I think we're going to be alright. So we are now in the 70 zone. Doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, so we are in the 40. Let's now try and reduce the amount at which our speed continues to drop. That's okay. Now into a 70 zone. Let's try and get some speed up while we're still on this uphill climb. It is ending very soon though. And yeah, it has now leveled out. We do have a downhill section coming up pretty rapidly, so we let that get our speed back up again. You see what I mean at the start of this run, all these gradients and that. And I'm glad that the wagons that we are transporting have the fixed bogies. If it was the cargo flats, oh dear, that really would be yeah, not straightforward, as they say. So it's not quite as steep now, but it's still steep enough, 1 in 110. And we are getting very close to the 60 mph. In fact, we're getting so close to it, I'm going to put the minimal braking in again. We did get a bit of a bump from behind there, but it wasn't too bad. The speed is coming down. Coming down quite lively actually, although yeah, the gradient had eased off a bit, but it's now back to 100 or 1 in 110. So we are still slowing, but at a much slower rate. So we have another downhill section coming up. It's not hugely long, but it's hard to tell from here what the gradient is going to be. It doesn't look like it's particularly gentle. Well, we'll find out soon enough. So Rowlands Castle is the next station. And once we go through there, we have less than 10 miles to Fratton. That's for the 70. Okay, we're doing all right. This is Rowlands Castle Station. It doesn't look like somewhere that gets a great deal of use. So we are on another 1 in 120 downhill. Let's get some slight braking on, especially as we have a 50 section coming up. And a 40 section coming up. I wonder, this might be where we actually cross. It's a fairly short bridge, but yeah, we basically cross into Portsea Island itself. Oh, Havant, okay, it's just after Havant Station. So we'll continue braking because, yeah, the 50 we don't need to worry about now, but the 40 there we do. So that 40 limit is purely for the station, it's not for the bridge. So there's the alert for the 50 mph limit. We're fine for that. I'm sure you've noticed by now that all those multiple boards and the like speed limit signs and that, they all had 2 speed limits shown. The fact that we're in a freight train means we should be doing the lower of the 2, but the quick drive is setting it so that, yeah, it has us doing the higher of the 2. So again, it's not right, but it's one of the limitations of the using the quick drives. So ideally I would be using scenarios, but the scenarios that are all available, they have such ridiculous requirements, and I just don't have anything like all of them. It's not like I haven't got much in the way of DLC for this, but they always need, especially the ones by Armstrong Powerhouse, they always need shock horror, the locos that don't sell quite so well. So, you know, there's a huge number of them that need, you know, the 142 and the 319 and, you know, yeah. Most of them need the high-speed train of some kind, and it's always the MTU one. So it is Havant Station with another southern. Couldn't see if that was a 375 or 377, but whatever it was, I'm sure it's not meant to be here. Somewhere around here is where we cross into Portsea Island. It's a very narrow crossing. I mean, you know, it really is a blink and you miss it type one. Right, we are not braking anymore. So once we're into the 70 zone, we'll start to, here you go, we'll put some speed up as we approach Bedhampton station. There, that river, well, it looked like a river. I think that is where we've just done it. So we are now on Portsea Island. So it wasn't actually a river, it was part of the coastline, but yeah. So that was Bedhampton. I could throttle up more, but I don't really see the need to. We're almost at 50 and yeah, we've got less than 5 miles to Fratton station. That's for the 60 zone. Just keep it at 2, maintain our speed on and lose it. But we are losing some speed, but certainly nothing like the rate which we would have been. That 60 zone pretty short. We're now back into an 80 zone. We are approaching Hilsea Station. Okay, so we've got just over 2 miles that we can coast now. I think that is Fratton Station, and it is on the route display, so we are almost there. So much so, let's put it into the minimal braking here. And we'll gradually increase the braking rate. I'm not sure we will be able to get the entire train on Fratton platform. Drop our speed down to mid-20s. Probably not a good idea to release the brakes completely. Put them back onto the minimal setting, or the initial setting I should say. Bit of a bump from behind there, but I think we'll be alright. Quite happy with it putting us on platform 3, that's not too shabby at all. Get a little bit further along the platform. We might even get the whole train on here. Yeah, I think we will. There we go. The whole train is on there. And there we are. So number 2 driver will take over and take us into Fratton Depot. But there it is. That was Felixstowe North Yard to Fratton via Shepherd's Bush. Yeah, so parts 2 and 3 of that run were great. Part 1 started great, but say that invisible AI bullshit absolutely ruined it, and it really did dent my enthusiasm for it. Yeah, after that it all went pretty well. In fact, it all went very well. I have a feeling this was a clear run. Well, we'll soon find out. And if it was, then I think that means I only had something like 2 speeding errors. Yeah, there you go. So 2 speeding errors on the whole thing. And the entire run was, yeah, say somewhere between 160 and 170 miles. So, yeah, not bad going. See, it says there distance travelled 72 miles, but that is because I had to start at Waterloo. So I had to do the drive to Clapham Junction, otherwise it started us facing completely the wrong direction. So yeah, I had to drive further for this you know, final part than yeah, than I really should have needed to do. But anyway, there we go. That is that one done, and we will see you at the next one.